Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully our stream will run smoother. And yes, Casey, the Aldi shepherd's pie is pretty good. I still haven't eaten, and that was what I was working on before they took another break. I thought I was going to have some time to kick back, order some food, get my groceries, stuff. I need a few things. Does anyone know how to cook a pork shoulder roast? I know pork butt. Pork my butt. I know pork my butt. You can make like pulled pork out of that. What can you do with a pork shoulder? Anybody know? Gives me one less thing I have to Google if someone in here knows. I'm working on getting our screen back up too. Welcome back to the stream. You are joining the afternoon session of the Jennifer Crumbley trial, which is coming at you live from Pontiac, Michigan, at the Oakland County Courthouse. Welcome back, Sarah. Sorry, I'm adjusting my screen. I sometimes can't talk and do that at the same time. All right, there we go. I still had like these weird darkening settings from the other day. So we're back to the lovely marble. And guys, I'm so excited. Let's look at where we are with our goal. Looks like we done met the member goal. And oops, where are we with this one? I can't read it. Oh, it looks like we're about $48 from meeting the weekly super chat goal. So that means I got to turn on my camera. Boop. Let me put me, right here. So let me show you on the wheel tomorrow. If you donate through PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, I feel like I'm in a ShamWow commercial. PayPal, Cash App. Wait, how would you do that? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. If you donate through those three services, you get on the wheel. If you donate a super chat, if you gift a membership, you will be on the wheel. Tomorrow on Friday, J is for Justice. See, I can act like the best of them. But anyways, here. This is the doorbell. This is a cloud edge design for iOS and Android. This is a Plus Y wireless doorbell camera with chime. It has an anti-theft siren built in. But wait, there's more. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. There's the chime. Crockpot slow and low. It's already got barbecue sauce on it. Flo did it. Flo, thank you so much. And there's more. Flo got us there. So everybody coming in hot like a fajita. We've got these awesome Airbase. I can't read for shit. Built-in mic. Case will charge up to works with Apple, Android, Samsung, and more. True wireless earbuds and charging case One touch pairing. There you go. Universal for all smart devices. So yes, it will get on the wheel. So I have these 2 prizes to give away tomorrow. Isn't that exciting? Thank you to our sponsors, Place Oui. Thank you, Robin. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Flo. Flo's like, I'm not messing with Jay. It's done. We made it. We're there. We hit the goal. Hi, Summer. Come here, Summer. You guys haven't seen Summer in so long. Come here. Come here. Say hi. See Summer? We got to get Doggy Cam back. Look. But wait, there's more, W. Summer says hello. I know. She misses Doggy Cam. Come up here, Summer. Well, she don't want nothing to do with me. Thanks so much, you guys. Fall apart roasted shoulder with rosemary, mustard, and garlic. Ooh. So if I just throw that bad boy. So I got it from Aldi. FYI, that's what made me think of it. Got it from Aldi. $5 something for this, I think, 2.5 pound shoulder roast. I should start doing Aldi reviews. Hey, Mystic Firefly, welcome. I'm glad you chose to watch the stream here today. Good to have you. Look, we filled the lemons and limes above my head. Got lemons and limes up there. Lunch is until 12:30 p.m. It's 12:10. I know my Aldi. Mandy, I'm still talking about Aldi. But the shepherd's pie is good. And then that shoulder roast was only $5 and something cents. And that is like really a good deal. And they don't sell junk either. It's not like you're getting lips and assholes. They sell good cuts of meat. They also had, you know what was crazy, Flo? After we ate the Omaha steak stuff, which was amazing. Like the next week, Aldi had the bacon wrapped fillets as well. Crystal loves Aldi. Aldi's like Aldi's. They're remodeling a bathroom over there. They just put a sink in my yard. They literally just laid a sink. Oh, shit. Lord. So, yeah, exciting stuff. Come back tomorrow. We're going to be spinning the wheel. Hot wings and onion rings. Is there really, Fem? I've always been scared to try like off-brand cola. Oh, I know they're miscellaneous. Their non-food products are the best. Oh, Mystic, I hope you feel better soon. Sorry to hear that. Aussies say it Aldi's. Oh, Aldi's. Aldi's. I say Aldi's. Allison Taylor, I was at my children's school and missed. Okay, let's give a brief update. Shall we? Shall we play a game? God, it was a lot. I don't even know if I can recap it. I'm trying to think. So we had Ethan's journal, just to give you guys an update. As far as I know, unless something happens, the whole journal, the floodgates have opened. Do you guys like my shirt? University of Detroit Mercy. If anybody's in the house, Detroit Mercy alum. I'm just representing Michigan any way I can. Yeah, I mean, the whole morning was crazy. They kicked the jury out so many times. I can't even recap it. We've got a few more minutes. Let's go back in time. It's so cold in the day. Oh, shit. DB, thank you so much. Hang on, let me heart that. DB's first super chat ever in the stream. Thank you, DB. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Oh, Shannon was full of tantrums. Are you kidding me? Let's see what we got here. Oh, Melissa coming in. Hot. Thank you so much, Melissa. She says goal. Pure Michigan. Thank you so much, Melissa. We need to play some turkeys for Melissa. Thanks, girl. Good to see you, Melissa B. Melissa B must be busy because we don't see her chatting as much. But yeah, this guy broke down. This is the officer. If you weren't here this morning, he was a first responder. They had him walk through the entire scene. He walked through the video of Ethan freaking doing what he did. And it was really tough. It was tough for him. And then Shannon, and they highlighted all the victims. This is when Jennifer put on the theatrics. Let's watch the theatrics. So, mind you, they're putting all the victims' pictures up. They're talking about them and their injuries from the autopsies. And the only one who can't control herself in court is Jennifer Crumbley.
14.
And sir, can you tell us, please?
I'm going to let you guys watch this.
Sir, tell us, you've reviewed the autopsy protocol in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the identities of the victims who were murdered on November the 30th?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted, stipulated to as Exhibit 418. Who is that?
That's Hannah St. Juliana.
Okay. And how old was she when she was killed?
14.
And sir, can you tell us, please, how she was killed?
The official cause and manner of death from the autopsy protocol is multiple gunshot wounds, homicide. She was shot in her upper torso, her abdomen, her thighs.
Could you refer to Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry, and her left forearm.
You're welcome, Jamie. Trying to recap you as much as I can. Look at these theatrics.
You don't need to apologize. Referring to Exhibit 2 now.
Lieutenant, can you tell me if you need, did I promote or did promote you lieutenant? Can you tell me if you need a break?
Yes. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
just let me know. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Now, this is People's 419 on the screen. I'm also referring to, this has been stipulated to, also referring to Exhibit 2, autopsy protocol for Madison Baldwin. Sir, how old was she when she was killed on November the 30th?
17 years old.
And how did she die?
Again, cause and manner of death was gunshot wound to the head. Manner of death was homicide. It was a close contact shot, meaning the firearm was either on or near the victim's head when the trigger was pulled.
Referring now to Exhibit 3. That's an autopsy protocol for Justin Schilling, is that right?
I think I have Tate Mears through. Justin
I'm
Schilling's
sorry.
4.
Thank you, Tate Mears. And how old was he when he was killed?
Tate Mears was 16 years old.
This is Exhibit 420. It's been stipulated to. Tell us, please, how Tate was killed.
Again, the cause and manner of death in the autopsy protocol was gunshot wound. Tate had multiple gunshot wounds. Manner of death was homicide. Tate was shot in the back of the head at a further distance.
Now, Exhibit 4, sir. And that's the autopsy protocol for Justin Schilling.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been stipulated to for admission is People's Exhibit 421. Sir, is that Justin Schilling?
It is.
How old was he when he was killed?
17 years old.
Tell the jury, please, how he died.
Justin Schilling, you'll see, you'll observe it, but he was cause and manner of death from the autopsy protocol was gunshot wound to the head, homicide. He was also shot at close contact to the back of the head.
Sir, were others wounded and suffered gunshot wounds as well inside the school?
Yes,
Do you know their names?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are, please?
There's Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Kylie Osage, Riley Franz, John Asciutto, Aiden Watson, and Molly Darnell, who testified earlier.
Thank you, sir. Sir, tell us what happens when you assume, may I approach?
Sure.
I'll take those steps, sir.
Thank you.
Tell us what happened after you assumed the lead of the investigation. So where were you when this happened, and tell us the first thing that you did.
So the first thing I did was collect myself because I was pretty overwhelmed, and then we were determining areas of the school were had searched, and we were getting kids to the reunification point, which is I think was testified to at the Meyer. As that was happening, I made an announcement that I was handling the investigation to the 100+ emergency first responders that were in that office area that we saw earlier. And I said, if you're an investigator, come see me. And in hindsight, I don't know if it was the most efficient way of doing business because 100 investigators started walking toward me. I'd never obviously dealt with anything like that before, but partners from the ATF is where I met Special Agent Brandon, partners from the FBI, local law enforcement from all over the region, all offering help.
Okay, so was it your responsibility at that point to direct certain officers and agencies to do certain aspects of this investigation?
That's correct. They, for instance, Special Agent Brandon approached me with his partner, I believe, and said, do you have the registered owner of the murder weapon? And I said, at this point, no, I did not. He's like, I'll take, let me take some information off the gun. We'll handle that. We'll track that down for you. And he did that, and I saw him, or I heard from him a short time later, where he advised the gun was registered to James Crumbley.
Okay. And you discovered that weapon was purchased on November the 26th, 2021 by Mr. Crumbley?
That's right. Just a few days prior on the Black Friday before.
Now, while you were on scene, did you come to learn the identity of the shooter?
I did.
And then was a decision made to secure the Crumbley family home?
It was. The shooter was on his way to the Oxford substation. I directed a couple of my investigators Sergeant Joe Bryan, who you saw, to attempt to interview him at the substation. In addition, now that we knew who the shooter was, I directed detectives from the Pontiac substation. Lieutenant Marsban kind of spearheaded that part, and to go to the shooter's home to look for any additional casualties. It's not uncommon in a shooting situation where the shooter starts in the home and then goes to the school. So I was concerned about that initially.
In a school shooting situation?
That's correct.
Okay, and you had learned about that in your training?
Yeah, and just by prior school shootings.
Okay.
It's certainly not uncommon for that to happen.
And so you sent officers to that location, 112 East in Oxford?
I did.
All right. Now, at that time, was there a concern of explosives?
Yes. So, again, understand everything's happened very, very quickly. People started doing open source searches on the name.
The name of whom?
The shooter.
Okay.
And finding different things, and the internet is a very expansive place, as we all know. And there came a video from YouTube of him deploying a Molotov cocktail, which is essentially an accelerant in a bottle with some sort of ignition device, wick, if you will. You throw it, and when you throw it, it blows up, spreads, because the fuel inside it kind of spreads. So there's a YouTube video of that. There was also, and I'm sure we'll get to it, there was also a journal with written passages in it that described secondary devices, meaning, there was a concern, and again, at this point, I went back to Captain Hill and advised him, hey, look, there's a concern that there may be secondary devices in and around the school.
Okay. So when that information became known to you as lead investigator, what steps happened next?
So Captain Hill contacted the Michigan State Police bomb squad. While that was happening, I wasn't present for this, but it's my understanding a canine from the sheriff's office alerted, an explosives canine alerted on the backpack that was found in the bathroom the shooter exited prior to the shooting. So
what does that mean, an alert?
So the alert means that the dog detected some sort of explosive. Now, it could be a legitimate explosive, it could be a firearm, it could be ammunition, it could be something of that.
Okay. So what was done to alleviate this threat?
So, as I stated, Captain Hill called for the Michigan State Police bomb squad. They went in with a robot, and I have no expertise on how that works, but they determined that the bag was safe.
Okay. Now, sir, you were obviously on the scene at the school on November the 30th, 2021.
I was.
And you became aware that the Oxford High School has a number of security cameras.
That's correct.
Okay. And as officer in charge of the investigation, did you also interview witnesses or review witness statements?
I did.
Okay. As a result of that, did you learn the path the shooter took on November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us in what hallway and outside what room the shooting started?
Yeah, from the map earlier, you saw the highlighted area. That's all commonly referred to in Oxford as the 200 hallway. There's a short hallway and then a longer hallway. The shooter exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258, and that's when the shooting began.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as People's 12. What are we looking at here?
Okay, so this is a replay, just so you guys know. God, that audio is just god awful. I'm going to see where we are right now. Okay, we're still at break. Okay, so I'm going to skip forward a little bit to where they show some of this evidence. This is Ethan's bag, and this is the contents of the bag, which contains the journal that they just opened up. Shannon Smith opened up the door to this entire journal.
Firearms on them.
Now, sir, did you have the opportunity to review that handwritten journal that's depicted in People's 12?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Describe what that journal is.
So, the contents, sir, or describe the journal?
Both.
So the journal was a hardbound, leather-type journal. You might should be in there. You might be able to cut it open more. It was. There was approximately 22 pages of written information in the journal. It appears from some of the dates that it was written from the back cover to the front. The earlier dates seem to be on the back side, if that makes sense to you. Like I said, it was about 22 pages total in length.
Judge, I'm going to mark this for demonstrative purposes only as exhibits, so the record's clear. I believe that's 428, again, for demonstrative purposes.
I'm sorry, may I please take a look at it?
Yes.
Is that just the journal?
It's just the hardback journal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have scissors.
Thank you.
No gloves to touch the journal?
Okay.
That's interesting.
So that black notebook you're holding in your hand, that's what's depicted here in exhibit
I wonder who
12
bought him the journal.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, these papers that we just talked about, we said over 50 with different pictures of weapons. There's no evidence that was ever turned into the school. Is that correct?
Yes, I have no evidence of that.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to read the entire journal?
I have
Okay. Out of that notebook, how many pieces of paper have actual
Hi,
writing?
Clinker.
22.
And does one of those 22 pages include just a drawing and a quote from a book?
Go into the
Yes.
clinker, the big house.
Now, out of the remaining 21, how many reference the school shooting?
Every single one.
So there are some that have been admitted, some portions of that. I'm going to go through those with you. Just so you're aware, we've numbered them to keep them straight for you as well as the jury. Number 1 is the drawing, page number 1. Page 22 would be the back cover of that journal. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, and the back cover of the journal has actual writing on it as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you looking
This
at
is
exhibits
exhibit-
401?
Yes. 401.
Are you going to go through,
So the ones that have been admitted,
I understand, 401.
they're all 401.
Oh, they're all 401. I
Correct.
see, thank you.
Correct.
You said individually, so I got confused.
Okay.
What's
So
new,
this has been
Shannon?
admitted as page 401. Sir, in reading the journal, were there passages in there indicative of a request for mental health help?
Yes.
Can you read what's been identified here as page 6 of that journal?
Yes. The shooter writes, "I have zero help, as you can see how old, for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school."
We'll move on to page 5. Could you read this passage, please?
In this one, the shooter writes, "I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, and I can't get any help."
Now, this is page 19. Can you read that?
Yes. Shooter writes, "My parents won't listen to me about help or therapist."
Sir, in that journal, were there entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
This is also Exhibit 401, page 22. Could you read those quotes, please?
Yes. The shooter writes, "I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Sir, were there any passages regarding the shooter's plan for the actual shooting?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Here's page 3, also exhibit 401. Could you read that, please?
Yes. Shooter writes, I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Were there any journal entries about the shooter's access to the 9mm handgun?
There were.
This is also exhibit 401, also page 3. Could you read that, please?
Yes, sir. The shooter writes, first off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I am fully committed to this now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
Thank you, sir. Now, is the journal written in normal size fonts, or are there certain passages that are bolded and larger?
Okay, so you saw that. I'm going to fast forward. This is the theatrics. We literally sat there for a minute and watched her cry. Awkward, right? Like, what was the judge doing? I mean, was everybody's eyes just on Jennifer? It was so weird. I was waiting for the judge to make a decision on how she was going to handle this. Oh, I know, it's okay. See this shit show they let her put on? And it just goes on and on and on. No, this is Jennifer crying. Oh, it's okay, Jennifer. No, it's not okay. I wasn't sobbing. I know, she wasn't even watching it and she's crying. We've got parents in the galley listening and they're not doing this. What does that tell you? Yes, Brenda, I think he did. I think he really thought this through and he wanted them implicated for what they did not do for him. And that was the only way of him getting justice. And now Ethan, justice in his own way, you know, in his own effed up way. But look at this. We're still watching her.
Why did the officers have to run past Madison, Anna, and Kylie?
So he's like, okay, I'll break the silence.
In our training for active shooters, we were trained to respond, drive up right to the door if you have to, and go in, search for stimulus, meaning sounds, gunshots, or whatever. Run to that and eliminate the shooter. Stop them, however you can.
Thank you, Buddha Belly.
Because the situation was active and the killing hadn't stopped.
Wait, she wants
you
a
can't
break.
stop and render aid.
Wait for it. She interrupts this guy. Sadly.
I know.
Take a break, please.
See this?
If I could just finish this part. I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
My client's having a hard time. He's having a hard time.
I know those officers.
Oh, she asked for a break for the witness. He's having a hard time. He's like, can I just get through this, please? I mean, his lip is quivering, everything.
And that is the hardest thing they're going to do in their life.
We take a break, Judge.
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break.
All right.
Okay, so that happened, and we had more shenanigans in front of the jury. I believe this was in front of the jury. Let me check. Oh, we're still shaking over here.
To believe that Mr. Crumbley or Mrs. Crumbley saw
This
the
is earlier
journal.
No,
today.
this is- if I had evidence of that, I imagine the charges would be different.
If you had evidence they saw the journal, the charges would be different?
Yeah, murder, I
Okay.
would imagine.
Okay, so the journal was located in the backpack that belonged to the shooter,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
There were also a number of other papers in that backpack that you described.
Yes,
You don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley ever saw any of those papers, correct?
correct.
Now, in the journal, you've testified about certain statements the shooter wrote in the journal, correct?
Yes,
And specifically, one of the statements that you testified about was where the shooter wrote, "I have access to the gun." Is that correct?
yes.
In the journal, there are other statements where he indicates he is looking for the gun, correct?
Can you tell me which ones you're referencing?
Sure. So I'm going to hand you, Your Honor, may I please approach?
This is where she brings in the part of the journal that wasn't supposed to be brought in. So she's picking and choosing. See the prosecutor's arms going up?
I'm sure this shows. what
Watch,
he's-
he knows what she's about to
Yeah,
do.
I'm not gonna too.
She's about to enter the very journal that she didn't want brought in. All right, they're coming back in now, but I want to show you this part real quick.
That helps.
Judge, just briefly, this was subject of a prior court ruling.
Yes. So I
And-
ask everybody to be really careful. All right?
Okay, so I was going to show 788, just this one line.
Okay, again, Judge, maybe we should have a minute outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, can we just approach and I can show you?
I have it. And I know
Do you want
exactly
to?
what it is.
No, it's not that. We have to discuss the court's prior ruling.
Your Honor, I think, okay.
All right. I'm going to excuse you for 10 minutes. All right?
All right.
Okay, so that was when Shannon brought in evidence that she previously did not want brought in. She's a mess. But that's your update. We are back. Not back, but we have opened up the cameras and they are making their way back into the courtroom. Ooh, Jennifer. Woof. You are very welcome, Allison. Thanks for being here.
Your Honor, calling people for Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-FH. Mayor McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon. We had a hearing that was conducted under seal pursuant to 8.119, and the court ruled that there is an absolute privilege that belongs to the shooter. Therefore, none of the psychological or medical records of the shooter will be eligible to be admitted in this matter. All right, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
All rise for the jury.
Why is that your sound?
Good afternoon. You may be seated. Who is the next witness prosecutor?
I believe Lieutenant Lillis was still on the cross-examination.
That's true. That might be why you're sitting here. Lieutenant, you are still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Hi there. You were testifying that on December 1st, I believe you said you got an arrest warrant for Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, for Mrs. Crumbley, for the shooter.
Correct.
And on that date, he was on Zoom for a court hearing.
Yes.
And during that court hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley participated on Zoom from their vehicles. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it appeared they were in their vehicle, but they're on Zoom.
Now, on Friday, you went to the court and did what you call a swear-to in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's when you went in and you told a magistrate or judge the facts that you swore to in order to secure an arrest warrant for Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that date, you never told and I'm asking if you ever told Mrs. Crumbley, you personally did not tell Mrs. Crumbley you need to be here at the court, correct?
I did not.
And when you were at the court, were prosecutors present?
For the swear-to, are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing me there, correct?
No.
You recall seeing lots of media there, is that right?
Yeah, there was lots of people there, but yeah. Yes.
Was it media or people?
Both.
Okay, so lots of media and people.
Yeah, I didn't know everyone's credentials, but there was people. So I don't know who was intermixed in the group.
And on that date, you secured the warrant. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the next thing that happened was the prosecutor had a press conference and announced it, correct?
Objection is irrelevant, Judge.
Well, it was on the media in the
We
public
can
domain.
stipulate that it was
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Not.
Okay.
I think that's easy.
Okay, yeah, you can answer. You can answer that if you know.
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, the next thing was the prosecution announced at a press conference that there was a warrant for the Crumbley's arrest.
I don't know that.
After the arrest warrant was secured, you're aware that a search was started from fugitive apprehension teams, U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol, to find the Crumbleys.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that there was any kind of search?
No, that's not true. I was aware that there was a search that I directed our fugitive unit to conduct.
Okay, so you were aware that there was an outstanding warrant for Mrs. Crumbley,
Yes.
and you were aware that there were going to be efforts to locate Mrs. Crumbley because of the warrant.
Yes, if I recall the swear to, the judge said the defendant had, or her husband, but the defendant had to turn herself in by 4 p.m.
There's
that day.
Okay, and defendants can do a variety of things. I believe we've already established this in trial. They can drive around in their car with an outstanding warrant and end up getting a ticket and taken into custody, correct?
That can happen.
They can go to the police station and turn themselves into police, correct?
Yes, that can happen.
They can have a lawyer make arrangements, set up a time and go to the court to turn themselves in.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that a person can come into custody, correct?
Yes, there's several ways.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly. That hotel in Auburn Hills where James and Jennifer Crumbley stayed, how close is that to the Auburn Hills Police Department?
I don't know exactly, but it's like right across the street. It's very close.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, you can step down and you're excused. Who's next, Chris?
Maybe we have an overtouch?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. The people are going to rest, but before we do, I just want to make sure the court's exhibit list reflects the same as the people's as far as admission of evidence.
Okay. You're following along too, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I have my offices.
So I'll go page by page. It might be easier. Every exhibit on page 1, that's 1 through 30. Every exhibit on page 2, 31 through 59. Exhibits 60 through 76, and then 78 through 94. That's on page 3. All exhibits on page 4, that's 95 through 122.
112 was admitted, correct?
I have 112 as admitted, yes, Judge.
Okay.
All exhibits 123 through 148. Exhibits 149 through 160. Exhibit 162. Exhibits 164 through 169. Exhibits 171 through 179. Exhibits 183 through 186. Exhibits 188 and 189.
I'm sorry, 181? No.
183 through 186. And then 188 and 189. Exhibits 191 through 205.
You have 187 not admitted, correct?
Correct. So we have 188 and 189, two that are admitted. And then 191 through 205 are all admitted. Exhibits 210 through 213. Exhibits 215 through 223.
206, 207, 208, 209.
Not admitted though. I'm only identifying. Not 215? Oh, thank you. Not 215. Thank you. 215 was not admitted. Okay. Exhibits 216 through 223 are admitted. Exhibits 231 through 239 are admitted. Exhibits 242 through 247 are admitted. 248 is admitted as well. Thankfully, we have Ms. Nella here. 247 was not admitted. That's right. Thank you. 248. Yeah. Sorry. 248 was admitted. 253 through 256 were all admitted. 278 through 284 were also. 268 and 269 were admitted. Thank you. 272 was admitted. and then 278 to 284. This is what we do this. 285 through 291 were all admitted. 296 and 297.
285.
285 through 291.
Okay.
293 was admitted. 296 and 297 were admitted. Exhibits 300 through 309 were all admitted. Exhibits 316 and 317 were admitted. Exhibit 340 through 345 were all admitted. Exhibit 347 through 357 were all admitted, as were all exhibits through 388 on the next page. Exhibits 389 through 405 were admitted. Exhibits 408 and 409 were admitted. Exhibit 411 was admitted. 413 through 423 were admitted. Exhibit 426 was admitted. And then we identified two items as demonstrative aids.
424 not admitted, correct?
Correct. Okay. 135, John, can we go back to that page, please? That was not it. I just want to confirm that I said that correctly. 135. That was not admitted.
Not admitted.
Thank you. And Judge, the two demonstrative exhibits that were just identified for the record, 427 and 428. Does that reflect the fence list as well? Okay.
Do you have anything different from that, Ms. Smith?
I have no objections.
Okay.
And the people are asking.
All right, so, Ms. Smith.
Your Honor, I believe at this point the court needs to excuse the jury for a moment, unless the court would like me to make a motion later.
Okay, I can do that.
Or if you want to do testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
Okay. If we can wait, we'll wait.
Yes. Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Okay, so, Your Honor, the defense calls Jennifer Crumbley to the stand.
All right. Well, I might, should I excuse the jury for a minute?
Here. Oh,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to excuse you for a minute, okay?
All right, the jury.
Like 5.
why are they excusing the jury so she can testify?
All right, you may be seated. You could make a motion now if you wanted to. I guess I would indicate that I think it's the policy of the Sheriff's Department to have someone stand close to the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I guess I would like that to occur outside of the site of the jury. So, all right.
You mean like here?
I think that they're going
That's
to
fine.
require that a deputy stand here. So rather than make that obvious, I would invite a jury to have her have a seat and have the deputy standing behind her prior to the jury being brought in.
Okay, should she go? Can she go up there now?
Sure, unless you want to bring a
Yeah,
motion right
go
now.
up there and I'll just make a record about her testifying, and we'll do the motion later. Is that okay? Okay, go have a seat up there, and the deputy's going to be behind you. You're just going to start in the box, okay?
Could you raise your, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can be seated. Ms. Smith, would you like to question her?
I would. For the record, can you start by stating your name, please?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can close the door and see what it was open.
Hi. Can
Hi.
you start by stating your name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you and I have been working together since December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say over these last 26 months, we've discussed whether or not you intended to testify a number of times?
We have.
Do you want to testify in your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you did not testify, this judge, this court, would give the jury instructions that it cannot be held against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that after I question you, the prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you?
Yes.
And do you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine you about all of the evidence that's been admitted in the case, including all of your text messages or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Milosh, all the evidence in the case,
Yes,
correct?
I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No.
Just
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Clement?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address counsel's motion while the jury's out?
Well, I guess she mentioned that maybe we can do it later, but we can reserve it. I'll reserve it.
sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so are you ready for the jury?
I am.
If you need to take a break for any reason, let me know.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, we'd still like to inquire if counsel has any other defense witnesses after Mrs. Crumbley.
I'm not sure. It depends on childcare.
So who would that person be?
I'm not sure. They have never told me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
Wait, I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
Okay, I guess it's going to be hard to believe that we're going to get past her. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Do you think we will?
I don't know. It depends how long the process is. I believe I'll get through her. All rise for the jury.
Here we go, guys.
All right, you may be seated.
Even Rue is excited.
Ms. Smith, you become the client, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mrs. Crumbley, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about today is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Would you state the name for the record and spell your first and last name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley, JENNIFER, CRUMBLEY.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
You know, Your Honor, I'm going to pull the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Okay, sure.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what that was.
I think it might have been the microphone.
Is that your microphone? If you have to move it, or it seems like it's being detached.
All right, good afternoon. I just need to get, is there any way we could put the screen on?
Sure. Okay. Usually that one goes on fast, so.
And what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to leave this unplugged for a moment so that when I need an exhibit, I'll just plug it in.
Okay.
Because I don't have those fancy, like, in between slides.
Yeah, this one goes on and then that goes on, but
Well,
they don't all go on simultaneously.
they don't. Okay. Let's see if it goes.
I guess I feel like I'm the only one who can see all three of them. This one is not on. Well, there, all three of them are.
Let's see what happens when I just go like. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So I apologize in between exhibits. So with that, I'm gonna pull it out. Okay. All right, Mrs. Crumbley. Can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm the defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster through things, and if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know.
Okay.
Okay? And you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
You have.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. What is your, let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in, and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. It's just, I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you, I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together then?
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken? You have a son?
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th. Okay?
Okay.
Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. What do you mean by metal detecting? We have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida, out by the ocean, or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so you go in the neighbor's yard and see if you can find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he really liked that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back. So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon that you can just kind of shoot down, like little whatever. He was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader, and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading. But
okay, now when you say snow skiing, did you ever... back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free, also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7, and he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did. but he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him, and it kind of turned him off from going to the barn. And it's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the Beat Saber. You can probably Google that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and it has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
We had a pool. We liked swimming together. Really just normal stuff.
Okay, did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down. And then we would decorate that weekend. We would watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah, our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time. But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could, so he had up and down grades. I would say it's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School app during this trial, so I had it on my phone, and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades would fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button issue for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly. Yeah. Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yep.
Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. Explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year or year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020. I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was it's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. He's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. That's probably the extent of our... But we were good friends, too.
How often in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him? I'm sorry, your son, in any way.
No.
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
Because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work. And so the time I was coming to work, we would meet at the Costco parking lot. And that was it. He'd go out about his day, I'd go about mine.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And what, I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No.
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
No.
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
No, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning. That was. Yeah.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He would meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there was quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified, do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal.
And she commented she knew Ethan in elementary school, or she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There is one regarding his report card, getting additional help in math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
Okay, and you said you monitored power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry, and so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit, and then he'd start getting better and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house.
Yes.
How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and it was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
Really embarrassing.
Explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that.
My son, he had 1 bedroom, and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving, and my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a 2nd bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore, so we were just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw a video. I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay? Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school, but that was the only one that he spent time with outside of school.
And how often would you say he came over?
Oh, he used to walk home with them every day from school. The summertime, he'd go on camping trips with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my second son.
Okay, he was the second son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a surprise to you and your son?
It was.
What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
Oh, they go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the BBs. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at his friend's house?
My son has never been to his house.
Okay, why is that?
Because he had OCD. Not my son. His friend had OCD issues, and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone, and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
It's a family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital, if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way at the bottom, I'm always worried about him and places he goes. So it was just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you, is that something you frequently message your husband, where are you, where are you, where are you?
Mm-hmm, a lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I would worry about him.
Okay. And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam, not cross, so these should be non-leading questions as well.
How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
Because my horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more my thing. With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into him. He had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew where he was at during the day. I can talk to him after school. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we've got to kind of figure it out. But yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Okay. What did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time at a diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk. We did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I mean, I felt as a family the three of us were really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives, and I apologize.
Okay, but you are okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom? What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom I would go through when I clean it. When I come across things, I look through it to see if there was something needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. Well, any other things that were discipline issues?
No.
At school or at home?
No.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we've taken it away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay, so same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there, okay? I want to talk about mental health. Did you ever believe that your son needed mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, anything?
No, I mean, there was a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away, no.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, I mean, one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it and stressed. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because I do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at. But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him? Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick, if it was obviously, during COVID it was different because every little thing I freaked out about, so we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was going to add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit, and actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If we had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger and had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we'd take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctors didn't really see anything. We even got an X-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
Or check his irrelevance when he's 5 or 6 years old.
I was asking. I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's gone on through the years.
Okay, and
Okay, go ahead.
So then we found out that he needed glasses. So around 8 or 9, we got him glasses, and that didn't work. He got X-rays done for dental in middle school. We found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade, and once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
okay. Now with the braces, was that an easy process?
No,
Why not?
because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He went used the water pick we got him. He wouldn't brush properly. He would constantly get cavities in his braces, so we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And we're trying.
I'm sorry. Prior to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities?
Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but did the braces? Was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces, so he was getting him under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
Okay, so it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX, and I'm going to ask. I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, counsel's proposed a number of exhibits appear to be from Facebook, not from a Subright extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they had the specific pictures I was using since October. The specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using. They never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
They don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they obviously will be treated differently.
Okay, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, if it's admitted, we'll put it on the screen.
Okay, and I did them just.
They have copies of all these.
That's it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them, so.
And I've actually had them redacted and then sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to bring the court what's been marked as B through, this is YY if it's admitted, B through YY. May I approach?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Now, B is, I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen. Because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So
I can give these to her.
okay, so the first proposed exhibit is B.
It's
several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on. Because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like thumbnails. I'm not going to go through each thumbnail either.
I'm just wondering, where does the second one start?
It's C. Exhibit C. Exhibit C would be the next exhibit.
Okay, I'm gonna go to
Okay. Do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. What is in Exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay. And there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from they're from the whole period, correct?
What's the period?
Well, when did those start and go through?
I would say mainly
She's asking the defendant.
2000.
What? She's supposed to know
There's
those.
no
20?
dates on that copy? There's no dates on my copy.
I don't think there's any dates.
Oh
I can tell by the. Looks like from 2020 to 2021.
Now, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do.
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay, so I am not going to go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about generally if they just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object as to relevance. Again, it's from the time period that's relevant, I have no objection to these coming in. But even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
She says they start in 2020.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor,
That's
the
the time we talked
prosecution has
about.
made it sound like...
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Talk at the same time.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I did.
All right, so
B appears to be a thumbnail version of pictures. The rest of the exhibits are pictures with dates next to them.
okay.
And that might be the best way to go through which ones are from the right date and which ones aren't.
Okay, well, date-wise, this happened November 30th, 2021.
That's right.
And things have been put into evidence with regard to the defendant and the shooter as early as April of 2020. March. Okay, so
Yeah.
Your Honor, I believe they've gone back longer in terms of some of the testimony that's come out.
well, I guess I was going to say that. So I don't think that the pictures starting in 2020 are that remote. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything amongst those pictures that is particularly problematic. It's hard to look at them all, but the time frame in and of itself, I think, is appropriate.
Well, there are some, just so the court's aware, there's posts from 2017, 2019.
Wait,
Those are in the following ones where I did picture by picture. So those will go through after this exhibit.
This exhibit B
Is 2020 and 2021.
okay. So just with regard to the time frame itself, I think the time frame is close enough in time. So I'm going to overrule an objection with regard to the mission of those pictures, just based on the time frame.
All right.
But there's a lot of little pictures, so I don't know if any.
No, that's fine. We can go exhibit by exhibit.
I'm sorry.
I said we can go exhibit by exhibit.
Okay. The pictures in 2020, the pictures in Defendant's Exhibit B are small, so the exhibit contains a lot of little pictures. So I haven't looked at those. I assume the prosecution has. So I don't know if any pictures are objectionable with regard to the individual pictures. So
just it's the relevant dates was the objection.
okay.
Okay, so Mrs. Crumbley, the jury is going to get these if they want to sit and look at all of them. Okay, I don't want to go through all of them. There ends up being pages and pages. What are all of these?
The ones that are on the screen right now is Christmas of 2020 with the 2 white dogs and us posing in front of the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures.
Okay.
We got a bathroom remodel, another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted.
Yes.
Okay. So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life?
Over the last couple years, more. It was hard getting a picture of my son as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, over between 2020 up until end of 21, there was a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C. This goes back to 2019. I just put like 1 or 2 pictures from that year as Exhibit C. Well, C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what.
C. Okay, so C and D. You can identify this picture, correct?
Yes.
What's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay, and what is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay, and then what about picture? Let's see here, D.
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, C and D are admitted.
Yeah, the rest of them.
The rest of them?
All of them?
Yep.
Okay,
Judge.
thank you. Okay, so,
Okay, then you would be talking about E through, I don't know if it's just pictures, there's some others. This goes to XS, so.
and I'm sorry, it should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
EXHIBITY.
Yes, and then
Okay.
we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits or just these?
Yes, we just need the dates identified. That's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not going to hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, are they?
No.
Okay.
None.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's going to have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are going to identify the dates for the record, though, okay? So, going to exhibit, let's see here. This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay. And what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay. I'm going to go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay. And it's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts,
No.
right?
Judge, I don't want to keep you checking, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is
Okay.
directly to you.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how about, do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay. We're not going to go through all of them, though.
No.
Okay. So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of...
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
Okay. I'm going to go down to F. What's been admitted is F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay. And what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay. And let's go down to the next one, which is G. What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay, so these are just posts of events. Or things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like, or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one?
November.
I'm sorry, I'm on H. Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his, it's the 9th grade Washington, D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm going to go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm going to go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay. So this is like a comparison before and after?
Yes.
All right. L. What's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
Okay, and there's a large black box out. What's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay. So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're going to go to M, and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28th, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
Because he's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time, and we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers. So said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes.
Correct.
The genes.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivia Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We play card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S. What's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S. Do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there, on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos, or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
I was showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
It's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter,
He's meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
In the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah. He'd join us.
Okay. And then let's see here. We've got CC. Date?
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay. Is this at your house?
Yes.
DD. Date?
July 11th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyann Trail, which runs through Oxford, and there was some weird big boy stuff going on, so we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay. Let's see here. EE. It looks like there's 2 posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay, what about the next photo from...
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay, and so you took, is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay. July 31st, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
We went to Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay, and where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay, we're not going to show them all though. Okay? All right, we're going to GG. What's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago of my son and his friend with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on, let's see here,
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school.
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
Me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. It was the only picture he would take with me so he could say hi to his coach Rope.
All right, what about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6th, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games.
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
Because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Okay. Typical teenagers. All right, what's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh, no, the friend, but never mind. I saw, never mind.
Okay, NN, what's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26th, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in the front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date?
October 9th, 2021.
And what's shown in this picture?
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover?
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room and dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember, but I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back of a white van headed to Alabama, because he's very sarcastic, and I found it funny, and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic?
Yeah.
More? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Explain the sarcasm.
I mean, that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay. When you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT. What is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, UU. Okay, what's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay, Thanksgiving, is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
So this would have been Thursday.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first, okay? And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is this post? What's the date on this one, VV?
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, and my son. And then it shows us playing dice.
Okay.
Or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay, and what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We're cutting our Christmas tree down.
Okay. And then ultimately we have XX. What date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay, so this would have been Saturday.
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay. Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay, so that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute, and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted. Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only going to have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one. Okay? Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, I want to go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably till about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center, just the normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No.
Was he spending time with family members, or was he in his room? What was he doing?
He was back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times it was just the three of us. It was usually out-of-state travel.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. I wake up about 4 o'clock and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshall's and Lapeer, and then sometimes I will hit the, not Home Depot, the other home improvement store, Menards. I would hit Menards.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home, or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns.
Okay.
And then they came home from there.
Okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up, and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay, let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because
Okay.
are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay. Who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable being in charge of that. It was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock.
Yeah,
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay. So, were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No,
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
he did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Kel-Tec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in a safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe, so when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe. And then everything else, well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked it was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay, and how, the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay, did you have possession of the key?
No.
Okay, where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay, did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No.
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
No.
What about ammunition for the 9mm? Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
No.
Okay, so that day we saw, obviously, your Facebook post. You describe it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Okay. What was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay. And when it was hidden, was it locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay. And you again testified about the key being in a beer stein?
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock? Or?
No.
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
It would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when you put it away?
No.
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting range with Ethan, correct? Or with your son, correct?
Correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car, and
What does that mean? Got it ready for
took
you?
the cable lock off. I guess I put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car, and then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how it got there.
Okay. Did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No.
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carry it to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, the jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay, so while you're there, How interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know, shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple times, and he did the rest.
Okay. And did you end up posting something about it being a Mother's-Son Day?
I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me, just me, to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going?
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carry the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving?
Yeah.
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
Explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up to where the spare tire is. I put it under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't. That's his thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle, and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away, or if you didn't, just let me know.
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there any? Do you recall any issues with the weapon? Any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, when the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay. And on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers, even they brew beer at home, shouldn't be looking it up in school, and it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood. He went back to class. Just want to let you know. If you have any questions, please give us a call. Have a good holiday.
Okay. And on that date, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
It was pretty black and white. She said what happened. They seemed like they solved the problem, and I didn't have any questions.
Okay. So on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you? And I think we saw text messages. You said, next time, don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking at bullets in school, and then he went through a couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff, and he was worried about he was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time, don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone always asked me the trouble I would get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker, because I always got caught. Like, all my friends could be doing the same thing, and I'd be the one to get caught. So it was kind of referencing to that.
Okay. So you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail, and that was that. Okay.
Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced from earlier in the year, okay? So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160, okay? I'm going to pop them up on the screen, and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155. Okay, I'm gonna plug my. I'm sorry. It's not easy to plug it in. Okay, so I'm going to start with 155, okay? This was already admitted, so we're not going to belabor this, okay?
Well, no, she doesn't have a picture of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily your fault. This one isn't coming out.
Okay.
There it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know.
Okay.
Okay? This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep, all in capital letters, all the time in class?
I can't remember what class the record was, so I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
So did anyone from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay, that was Exhibit 155. And would that show up on Power Schools, the emails between them?
No.
Okay, Exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
No.
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
No.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay. So this is something you were unaware of.
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
When we started getting discovery.
Okay, so in this case.
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021. This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. We may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No.
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
No.
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
No.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. I'm going in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94, and let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans, and you say, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was going to have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the 17th,
Correct.
right? Okay, the 16th though, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up. Okay, 85. Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was gonna have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on people's proposed exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
I don't know if it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay, do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole... No, I don't recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case.
Why didn't they stick out to you?
Because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You gotta explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. So it was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home, and you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door, and you can kind of see him slam it, and him trying to say, "See, our house is haunted." So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like it wasn't. He got bored with messing around with the ghost. So.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house, and he thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria. So he was convinced there was another house ghost. So just kind of like an ongoing, like our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down and having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking, and I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And then he stopped, and I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
Just what I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then he got bored.
Okay. So So on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse?
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling that had taken him. It just, whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was a day-by-day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
Correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay, and I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet.
Okay.
And if he had his phone on him.
So you're texting...
I think, looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay, so in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. What did you mean by that?
I don't know, just if he walked home, I was worried if he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through, there's some kind of woodsy area to get to the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less, I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got an argument the night before.
So when you say, I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message. Yeah. Why are you freaking out so much?
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, did something with work. I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody? Okay.
Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted. Okay. And you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, where are you? At 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home? Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread.
Okay.
Is it the beginning? So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text, and he said the weird stuff was going on in the house again, and that was that.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, I've been trying to text you, why don't you answer? And I told him.
He said that, or you said that?
He said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home, I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with your, did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal, I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side and didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody had AT&T and Verizon, but there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Groveland area. So all those roads, once I passed the market, there's no signal until I got to a fire station. Then I have a signal, and then once I pass the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. When I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think, what is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March 20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, can you at least text back? You're asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet? And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I picked the clothes back up though. That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond. And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later. Do you recall getting these texts?
It's 2 days.
Messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall, though, getting these couple on the 20th about, I finished picking up the room, I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf. Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now, looking back on these days, are you thinking, oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
So there's 2 more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101, okay? So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This text message or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No.
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
No.
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no?
No.
Or laughed at him?
No.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Speculation, Judge.
I'm sorry.
If she'd have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen or in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. And it's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay, do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay, who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay, and you start off with my son is in bowling tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bowling tonight, off the top of my head, but they have partners on certain nights of the week, and so him and his friend were always partners, so I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay, and this is on one date, April 29th. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now, on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him. Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today, too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades. You mentioned, this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and will talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social. Do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida. My mother-in-law had passed away, so we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything okay. He'd say fine, but I could just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. So I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal. But I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades.
Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too, I'm glad they're getting along, and it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best, don't worry about it, next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work, and then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct?
Yeah, targets.
Okay, so did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody, this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase, and he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much, and he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were out of town. You had just been out of town, for
right? Yeah, and he just lost his grandmother, so that was sad too.
Okay. All right, and then there was one other conversation that you had with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from, let's see here, starts off on, I'm going to go to Halloween, so 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans. And we were texting with his friend's parents, about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween, because they do that every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was taken away, essentially, to the hospital or the other school?
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay, tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot. I would check in with him, make sure he's doing okay. That's when I started asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite him over.
Okay.
I was more on point with the fact that he was sad.
Okay. And even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his loss of his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm going to unplug this so that we can go back to go to questions that don't involve exhibits, okay? Okay. So we were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No, I was not.
Brian testified that he never met Ethan. Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple of times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about and you reflect on all the, you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday. Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother's Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th. Okay?
Okay.
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay. And I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in Power School that he had an E in geometry, so we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up.
Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone, on speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay. What were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked Mr. Hopkins if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and it's like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him, so I decided to go to the school. On the way to the school, he finally called me back, and he met me at the school, so we went together. Okay,
and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was going to get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was going to get suspended. I was expecting a disciplinary meeting.
Okay, how did you feel about what you saw on that paper?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay. And so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think the detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate. Got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk working on something on his laptop. So when he walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to he basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of our dog that we had. My mother-in-law, the loss of his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We just said we agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like you were taking the position of I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really. I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. So we all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school, so we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately, did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There is a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day, so I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit, which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever Googling, but do you recall ever searching that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it, no.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time after his mother passed away. He was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell that he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but not. I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to
No.
be? Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
Sometimes on accident. Sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were in the meeting, and they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And we left, and I went to work, and my husband did DoorDash. And
Did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions, and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, does Jerry do you need a break? Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate of.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. That's fine.
So can you take a break until about 5 after 3? Second?
All right, for the jury. Is it okay if I grab these exhibits?
Sure.
Jennifer, I'm going to grab these from you.
You can be seated. I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you have quite a bit more, and they've been in since 12:30. So we're going to take about 10-minute break till 5 after 3. Okay.
Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get ready to cross after direct. So, we'll do that right now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay, we're going to need some time. I think just.
Okay. Well, you have quite a bit of direct left, I think.
I
You
have
quite a bit. You're some.
I don't know how to.
I've gotten through 3/4 of it, so
Okay.
I'd say I have a quarter of it left.
Okay.
And a lot of it is probably going to go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves, and they've already admitted videos of all of it. So,
Okay. All right. So you can take them down, and can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long. If you let me know,
Sure.
I mean, you're not talking about half an hour, or anything, right?
Not an hour, no, but
There's. We're trying to avoid standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break. But
No, I get it.
We'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot of things she testified about. I think that Mr. Keese wants to.
right.
Well, I just
Your
wanted
Honor,
to-
I moved fast with their exhibits.
Oh,
I
it's
kept
good,
going.
it's
I
good.
didn't take breaks in
It's
between.
Good. It's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
Jennifer, they're gonna take you down. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. Okay. Don't talk to anybody about the testimony. I don't want to talk to anybody. Okay. I can't. I don't want to even have the right one. Okay.
Hello. I didn't want to talk too loud because it got so silent. I had to get out of my comfy chair. It is break time. I'm going to go grab myself a cold Coke Zero. And then I'll come back. Jennifer is still on the stand. If you just joined, I don't have the DVR on because my stream kept. Oops. My stream was screwing up, and it still is a little bit, so I didn't want to push it by having the DVR function on. So I turned it off. So that's why you can't rewind. I didn't try to startle you. I was quiet. So sorry. I tried to use my inside Judge Matthews voice. I don't know why Air Force One was on there. Let's go to YouTube. I'm going to go grab a drink. I mean, was anything, let's look at top news. That usually will tell us if there was something going on. We have Governor DeSantis talking about sending 1,000 soldiers to Texas. 3 dead and 9 injured in the hangar collapse near Boise Airport. We've got the Senate hearings. I put some clips up of the Senate hearings too. We've got Blowberger and the change of venue. I don't see anything about Biden. Why were the news cameras on Air Force One? Oh, Lord. 2 shot in the parking lot of McEachern High School in Powder Springs, Georgia. Oh, my God. Barricaded situation underway near Rogers High School in North Spokane 3 hours ago. What is going on? You guys got to watch the clip about Zuckerberg. Authorities investigate shooting at Powder Springs school parking lot. I don't see anything about Biden going anywhere. But apparently this guy beheaded his father over political views and online posts. Seems legit. Messed up. We've just got Jennifer everywhere on YouTube. Here's the shooting reported. Let's see. 2 people shot. Horrible. And here we are covering a shooting. Yeah, I mean, his apology was really half-assed, though, to me. I can't stand him. He would have never apologized if Holly didn't get on his ass. I think we're back here in about 4 minutes. I'm going to go grab a Coke. I'll be back. Thank you for being here. I'll be right back, says the judge. Do whatever you want. This isn't my courtroom. It's yours. And the break is long. Oh, no, they're not coming back in 5 minutes. That's right. They're going through some exhibities, aren't they?
Exhibity. EXHIBITY.
Hey, I gotta know, is Kendi W in the house? I just got a package. I just got a package. I just got a package. I wonder who it's from. Hold on. I just got a Amazon package. I just got an Amazon package. And it is a gift from Kendo W. Yay, Kendo! Y'all, she's contributing to the studio with a lava lamp. Look at this. The red lava lamp. Thank you so much, Kendo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Thank you. And this is like the old school, like, lava lamp. Oh, Megs. Megs. Don't be mad at me. No, it didn't end. Karchi. Aw. You guys, look at the little light bulb. It's the Amazon wish list. I put some things for the studio in there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mega, too. No, Global. When was that? Y'all need to check your Amazons, because I know. Mic stand and done. I would have said thank you. I always say thank you if I get something. I would never not say something. What do you mean, what's going on? What happened? What happened? What do you mean, Karchi? You're freaking me out. What's going on? Now I gotta check. Why is Karchi freaking out? Don't worry, I'll chapter it for you, Karchi. What happened? I mean, besides the screen being a little wonky. That bums me out. What did you miss? Well, Karchi. You missed. Jennifer Crumbley's been testifying. I didn't know y'all were sending Amazon to that. I'm buffering bad, aren't I? Am I buffering? Let me know. Look at my screen. You want 1 Cheryl, 2 Cheryls, 3 Cheryls, or 4? What do you want to rewind to? Look at it. It's so cute. It's perfect. It goes like this, though, right? Wait. Yeah. Okay. If you're ordering from Amazon, it's just the Amazon wish list. It's automatic. Oh, I'm not buffering? Oh, okay. I was just checking.
Roto causing Pawpaw.
Roro. Who was Roro?
Four Jennifers. They took a break, Angie. Thank you again, Kendi. I had to come here. I haven't even opened my Coke. But thank you so much. I was so excited. I'm like, oh, got an Amazon package. I'm getting it straightened around in here, so yeah, they're on a break, and I don't know how long. The defense needs to get ready for their cross. So being that it's already 10 after 3, why didn't Cheryl Matthews just say, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we finish Shannon questioning Jennifer and then tomorrow start the cross? And first thing in the morning. Because that way the jury doesn't have to sit while they go through their exhibitees. But now the jury has to sit through their exhibitees. I'm disappointed with what? Oh, by the way, for rewatching, a lot of us go back and we replay. Let's see if I can put this here. I'm going to clean this side up. We go back and replay. So YouTube has a new feature. I don't know if you've heard about this yet or not, but there's a new feature called Community Clips. And Community Clips, anybody can do it. And there's a spot at the very bottom of the home screen. And all you have to do is on your YouTube, there's I'll show you, like, if you're on a desktop, it's obviously a little bit different on a phone. But right here, or wait, where is it? I guess you can't clip a live. Dang it. Anyways, there's a clip option down here where it says share and save. There's a clip option, and look at her. Jennifer's family albums were shown too. Anyways, you clip it, name it, save it, and it has to be my videos, but they'll go in the community clips. And it's just really fun. So, like, you can clip any part of it and then we can all see it. Exhibitees are from the Darrell Brooks trial.
Exhibitee. EXHIBITY.
All right, we're about to plug in the lava lamp. All right. Y'all ready for this? Woo! All right, Kendo. Pretty sweet stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you. I still got to get, hold on. Clowning around on break. Okay. Where did I go? Let's see how long it takes for it to heat up. It's already getting hot. Can you guys see it here? You did. Carlin said I showed my sister all the Shannon shorts you made and she was dying laughing. Shannon's easy to clip. Right, Nicole? It's a little scary though, isn't it?
You're what the French call les incompetents.
We're all gonna have so much fucking fun when they...
Oops.
I flashed and said, wow, pretty far out. I thought it was pretty far out.
Potato soundbite. No, see, the problem is, listen, that address that I had before is a mailing service. They don't accept Amazon packages. That's why on the Amazon wish list, that's why I have that, because you can just order right from the Amazon wish list and nobody has to mess with addresses. It's already built in. So I wasn't trying to mess up anybody. I'm really sorry. We need a lava lamp. We do. We do. Let me check and see how many more. Like, YouTube gives you so many emojis. I can replace some, but they only give you so many. And then when you get so many members, they open up more. You know how that kind of stuff works. They make you earn it. And I have no idea how long they're going to be because, like I said, they're going through exhibits for their cross. Because I think opening up Ethan's entire notebook just literally changed the prosecution's cross-examination of Jennifer Crumbley. Because the affair wasn't going to come in. Now all of the notebooks coming in and all that crap. So I know. Potato, that was funny. All right, let's see what it says about emojis. Gosh, we have 22 emojis. All right, I need you guys to tell me. I think I'm going to remove 2 of these. I think I'm going to remove the paw print and the Bueller guy. Are you guys down with that? Remove Snickers and paw print. Never got a return to sender. That's awful. I'm so sorry. The P.O. box still has to be finalized. AKA I have to go there because they want 2 pieces of ID. Everything has to be so difficult. You hear these power tools? Oh my God. And my dogs know when there's something. So like when you guys send treats for the dogs, they know. Look at the lava lamp. Ooh, it's hot. This thing gets hot, Kendo. It's going to look cool, isn't it? We don't use Steve Harvey. Yeah, he's kind of done. He was from all right, so we can get rid of Steve Harvey. You guys let me know Steve Harvey and what other one? You want a gavel? A gavel? A lava lamp? And then how about temporarily? How about temporarily a Crumbley to get through the trial? A red-faced Crumbley. Aw, globalism, you're so sweet. Get rid of Elon? Remove Candace. Okay. Let's get rid of Candace. So we're removing Candace and Harvey. A fajita. Okay, well, you guys want 4, and I only have 2 open slots. Red face Shannon. You want Shannon or Jennifer? Because we only have so many slots open. That is so bright. A fajita. It's A lot of good that did. The one with the kissing lips is Nicole Kessinger. Okay, you guys want Shannon? Get rid of Dumbbell. We can put Dumbbell back when he's on trial. So we'll get rid of Dumbbell, Candace, Harvey, and we'll put a Shannon. Olive. Coming in hot. Like a fajita. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Hello, Cassandra in Missouri. Have you guys hit the like button? I'm about to put y'all on some blast. Okay, so we're getting rid of Candace. We're getting rid of Harvey. Are we getting rid of Snickers? Because you can't really read it. Let's get rid of Snickers. I can put a sack lunch in there. We'll put a sack lunch, okay? So we're gonna add a sack lunch, a fajita, a Shannon, a lava lamp, and a gavel. And we're getting rid of Candace, Harvey, Dumbbell, Snickers, and the paw print. We can get rid of Valo. Get rid of Valo. Okay. I'll do that tonight. So say goodbye to Steve. This live stream is the last time you'll see him. And as a quick update, wow, we have 297 members. Oh, a cough drop. We have 297 members. That is so freaking bright. It's like reflecting off the house. 297 members. We gained, holy cow, you guys are going to crap. We've gained 114 members in the last 31 days. Holy shit.
It's in the water. What the f?
Thank you so much. The B is Brian Laundry. That's who the B is. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Flo. We've got another member. Delilah. Welcome, Delilah. What's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000 miles away, but girl, tonight you look so pretty. Yes, you do. Melissa B. Sophie B. Melissa B and Sophie B. Thank you so much, Melissa. Welcome, Sophie. Oh my gosh. Let's see how many we have now. Now we have 299. So all you guys have to do to keep up your membership, if you enjoy it, is stick around at the end of the month and renew. Thank you so much, guys. We do have a lot of perks. I used to not have a lot of perks, but now with Discord, we're able to have a lot of perks, which is really cool. And we have members showcased on our home screen along with the community clips. If you guys use the community clips, I will love you forever. I think those will be fun to go through because at the end of the year, we're going to do like a, year recap. So having all these clips from these different trials and lives will be a lot of fun. Danielle gifted a membership. Thank you, Danielle. Leslie L, welcome. 300. Whoop, whoop. Can I get a turkey? Thank you so much, you guys. Met the goal, exceeded the goal. I can't wait to give away these things tomorrow in the live at lunchtime. We will spin the wheel. The Wheel of Fortune. Thank you so much. Sarah Boone. All right. Sarah. I'll put Sarah before a sack lunch because we have a sandwich emoji. Yeah, Diana, I think I'll pass on that one. I think I had one early on. I used to. In Discord, you get to voice chat, watch parties, chat room that's always active. We have case updates. We do polls. So so download the Discord app. Step 1. Step 2, connect it to your YouTube. Step 3, you should see all of the stuff. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. We color. We have Super Bowl. Yep, we're going to do true crime from each cities of the Super Bowl teams, whatever it ends up being. And we're going to do our squares. So squares are all going to be on Discord. All of that is on Discord. None of that is on YouTube. So it's $5 a square. And you can find that in the Super Bowl channel. And each payout will be $125 a quarter. We knit and talk about the weather. I mean, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But it's definitely something to definitely try. It is confusing, but we're here to help you. It was confusing for all of us, though, Robin. Robin Malette, we'll help you. I had no idea how to use it. It took me 2 tries to even open a Discord and keep it. So, what are we watching this Saturday, Potato? Every Saturday night at 7 p.m., we watch either a movie or a documentary or something. Last week, we watched the documentary about Larry Nassar, and it had Shannon in it. Squares are on Discord in the Super Bowl channel. DeSantis sending National Guard troops to Texas border. Took you a month. I know, it took me a long time too. We quit. And I thought we were watching like something Nightmare or something. And we don't do anything too fancy. I mean, we're not like gamers and we're not like hardcore Discorders. We're just, it's a way to connect. And once you get in there and you play around with it, if you have any questions, we can help. It's overwhelming, is what it is. We try to keep it as simple as possible. American Nightmare. I've never even heard of it. I told y'all to decide and let me know, but it is Thursday and no one's decided. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you for subscribing, Jeffrey Britton. Watch Gone Girl. I don't know. Y'all have to let me know. But it's this Saturday, 7 p.m. Every Saturday, 7 p.m. We watch something. When you watch movies on Discord, is the movie playing on Discord or is everyone watching at their own home at the same time? Okay, so I'm playing it, so I'm sharing my screen, and then there's a chat just like in here. There's also voice chat too. You can voice chat. We do like coloring. They have like adult coloring. And you can voice chat during that. Or you don't have to. You can either be muted or not. Oh, American Nightmare is a real life Gone Girl. Okay, so American Nightmare. You want to make the members play thing thumbnail? Tato? So every time there's an event as well, there's an event tab in Discord at the very top. Go up to there. Because for the week, I put all the events in there. And then when they're getting ready to start, you get a notebook. You get a notification, not a notebook. Hey, Glenn, you missed part of it, but you haven't missed Cross. Yeah, so that's the key. If you download Discord and stuff, and then you log in and you're like, I can't find Jay, that's because it's set to members only. So Discord talks to YouTube and it picks it up. So right when if you're a member, it automatically will show you the Discord. It says it's invalid. All right, let me get a new one. I got this, guys. I feel so behind on everything that's going on except for Crumbley. This has been exhausting. All right, copy link. There we go. Okay, there it is. They don't know what time they're coming back. They didn't know because they're looking at exhibits for their cross-examination. So we don't know how long it's going to be. At first, it was supposed to be a 10-minute. She should have just literally had Shannon finish with Jennifer and then sent the jury home and let the defense go through their exhibits. So now here we are. The jury's just sitting there. They're just not efficient at all. The Trachonis case was so boring. I really thought it was boring. Not that Jennifer doesn't deserve, justice, but it's just seemed like it was very slow moving and just Island is the party. Can you imagine if they come on and they go, okay, we're going to send you home? You know that's what's going to happen. Scout, were you like, oh, so boring. Oh, Firefly. I am so thankful too. I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. She said, remember, some of us live with terminal illnesses. I am thankful to enjoy today with you. Wow. Thanks for putting that in perspective. If I could give you a hug, I could. Or I would. Could you imagine Jay as a judge? What does that mean, Judge Jay? I'm glad Mystic's here too. Olive, I don't know about that. Jury leaving the trial 30 pounds heavier. Yeah, like the Trachonis trial is something you could just catch up on, you know? Aw, Tato with her hugs. Mystic Firefly, I'm so glad you're here. Like, literally, I know you've been around here forever, but I saw you. I was watching, I think it was WXYZ yesterday. I don't know. It was this trial, and I saw Mystic Firefly, and I was like, oh, there's Mystic. And then you, and then you came in here today. So I'm really glad you're here. Like, super glad. We don't know. Sarah, we don't know. This is where we are right now.
I don't know.
I don't know. Nobody knows anything. Sarah, thank you. Judge JD. Shady. I did see her. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, yeah. I've got that on here. Bugs. Bug.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat. I haven't seen any bugs in here.
Glenn V, really? That sounds interesting. That's so true, Scout. For disabled or homebound people to be social. You know, I've always taken that into consideration that a lot of listeners are homebound and that this is like their socialization. And that's why I always recommend that they stay out of the drama, because if you're going to spend this is your entertainment. I don't see having entertainment at the the word, the expense of other people, because that's all these drama channels do, is just drag people. We do have audio. I couldn't tell we had audio because I didn't have my headphones on. Thank you again for all the memberships, guys. So appreciated. Someone nuking their life. Oh, Shannon nuking her broth. Yeah, entertainment should not cause you stress, for sure. Aw, we're so glad to have all of you. Your fire is a shining, Mystic, and we'll never forget you. Just know that. Just know that you will never be forgotten. Yeah, it's BS, Dr. Malmo. All of this. Shannon is one big delay. And now the prosecutors are going through these exhibits. Oh, guys, look at the lava lamp. Check it. It's too light in here for you to see it real good, but it's melting. It's looking good. I look like powder. I know Lucia is a champion. Flo's a champion. You're my jam, Ampuli. You are my jam.
Miss Staunch? Stouch. Miss
Just
Stout?
based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
That's a good one.
Jennifer loves horses. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Uh-oh. Something was funny, she said. That's what I'm wondering, Queen Virgo. Like, what are they going to do now? I wonder how much this trial is costing Oakland County.
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
She did just do her hair. Yep. Remember yesterday she threw it up in a bun. Well, I'm glad to have each and every one of you here. I am watching from the suburbs in New York. Well, hello, Scout. The Big Apple. Her hair is really flat. Did she take her extensions out?
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
Reagan. Is Shannon delusional? That's up to you, homie. Crazy. Guys, I thought they were going to be starting, but nah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so here's some directions on how to connect Discord to YouTube. Download the Discord app and then open up the cogwheel next to your username. Under user settings, head to connections. Connect your YouTube to your Discord by pressing on the YouTube tile. This will open a new browser window where you can log into your YouTube account. After logging into YouTube, you should get a message stating you've successfully logged in. And then you should see whatever channels you're a member of. Amy, see you later. Thanks, Potato. Potato said go ahead and message her on Discord if you get stuck. Island, I love the manatees. I want to be a manatee. I want to be a sea cow. I'm sorry, Robin. I was just reading it. Potato has pictures. We do everything that we can to make things doable because we understand how difficult Discord can be. But we also realize how good of a perk it is. So I hope that you guys will at least try. It definitely is worth it if you want to be part of the community. And Pulley got lost in recipes. Where are you going to see the manatees? Yeah, the DVR function is off on this stream. I apologize. I love it, Island. Island has sea cows as pets. She lives on a sea cow farm. All right, prosecutors are back. Now we're just waiting on Cheryl. No, Brenda, you haven't missed shit. I hate to say it like that, but you literally haven't missed anything. They've been on break for over an hour now. These trials are exhausting. I'm tired. Like, I can't do any other creating other than streaming this trial because at the end of the day, dude, I can't sit in front of this computer. It's too much. I don't know how these people do it when they stream all the time. I literally cannot do that. It's tough. My husband's like, don't sit at the computer. You can go about your day. I'm like, A, I'm listening because I'm super interested in this trial. B, I can't just leave it because what if something goes wrong? Yeah, she took the stand. I'm just sitting here rambling to myself. Online shopping, scrolling for Valentine's gifts for the grand. I'm just rambling. It's 3:50 and they're supposed to leave at 4:30. Makes no sense. Jay, do you ever get emails from Shannon or her family? Shannon Smith? Never. I would tell y'all if I did. I know, Lisa. It's so cool. You guys are the greatest. I think this is the best chat on YouTube. I've heard that, you know. Yeah, people have said that. I'm not just saying that. And it's not because of me, it's because of you guys. Yeah, Shannon won't even be done now. Aw, Ann Pulley. Jay could read the back of a shampoo bottle and I'd tune in. Is Dr. Melmo still here? Remember the commercials, Dr. Melmo? Oh, man. Poop commercials. Random fun fact. Jay, I remember the first time I saw you. It was your coverage of the dig site in the Suzanne Morphew case. You had me riveted and impressed. That's a great memory. Aw, Mystic, thank you. That's so nice. Ann Pulley just said I could read in shampoo bottles. Juicy Jay. Melmo. Oh, here comes Jennifer. Jennifer's got a big old butt. Oh, yeah. I'm not fat shaming. I got a big old booty, too. Shannon, your shirt. Woof. And Taylor Loft. She gonna go in a bun? Please don't. Brenda, I've enjoyed your chat as well. Potato. Her English friends probably think she's nuts.
Stand up!
Carrie's eggs. Oh, yeah. Buzz, your girlfriend. Woof. Yeah. I'm corrupting your kids' and grandkids' minds one at a time. We can fashion shame for sure, especially Shannon and Jennifer. Look at Jennifer's tank top. Who thinks Jennifer had a mental breakdown? The pressure is a lot. All right, I'm going on mute. Shut up. Shut up, Jennifer.
All right for the jury?
Jennifer has arrived at the Oakland Circuit County Courtroom in an oatmeal cardigan wrap with an Amazon tank underneath.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Yep. Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yep.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay, we heard Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything in common. Her child was real young. I had a teenager.
Okay. All right, I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that, okay? And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it. It's a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to the school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got on 75 from Square Lake there. And it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. Tractor was backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, "You can talk to us." Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We love him.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get I love yous back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying I love you was abnormal for him.
Okay. Did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back I love you too. I don't remember. I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School, and I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me and he asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said that the gun is missing. So instantly, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself, because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was going to kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing, so you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house, and he said the substation just called, and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way, and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically. The substation.
Right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James. Okay, what was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, I don't know, we're going down there. I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the subs. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what did you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm asking a question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And
doing
the whole jury can hear you constantly saying object.
What were you doing on your phone? First I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the massive amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but just try and keep your voices down, please.
I didn't say the word object.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not saying object.
Okay, well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads to my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted.
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone. My contacts are in my cell phone. Everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers. I have an emergency going on, and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay. There was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
We were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone because I had my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
The 30th. Okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go anytime that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits, and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account, so we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. On December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer, or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay. Why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel. Not any other reason why.
Okay. So how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No. I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged. Maybe my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay. So we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to to the art studio in Detroit and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get normal cell phones. They couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because the two-factor authentication. So it was sending a text message to my old phone number that I didn't have. So I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it. So we had to get cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I was trying. Well, I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that two-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay. Then what?
Then it's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they tested. Okay, all right. So then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches, he wanted to show us art studio. He's just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is like left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together. To
Correct.
Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay. So then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building, and then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day, and so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced. So he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time...
How were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
Just freaked out. I've never been charged anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay, of this magnitude?
Correct.
All right. So so you know you're charged, or you know that they want you. What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney.
Me.
You. And I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in.
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
The next day, so it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A? The prosecution has received it. Okay.
No objection.
Do you object to submission?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary, year trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay. So when you're on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, there's a Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4, 12/5. So I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay. What is Priceline?
It's an app where you can get last minute hotel deals.
Do you agree these are your searches?
Yeah, I'm always on Priceline.
Okay. Ultimately, on the night of the 3rd, were you aware on Friday afternoon if you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness?
I was not aware that we could go into court that afternoon. I was just waiting on direction from you to what we're going to do the following day and turning ourselves in.
All right. So the prosecution showed lots of pictures of the art studio. We agree. That's what it looks like, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you guys sleep on that mattress that night?
Yeah, we did. It was actually in the hallway, a common hallway the business shared, and we pulled it into the art studio and slept on it that night.
Okay. Did you? The prosecution showed receipts and supplies that were bought, things like that. Who went to the store and did that?
My friend went to the store. We gave him a list, and he picked up things for us.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the police department? This is so distracting. I'm having a really hard time. I can move maybe and ask.
Okay, try not to talk.
Okay. So who bought those supplies?
My friend did.
Okay. Why didn't you and James just go on your own to the police department and turn yourselves in?
Because we didn't feel it'd be safe.
Okay. Why is that?
Just the fact that the entire community and Michigan knew that we were expected to turn ourselves in at the police department, so they would know where to go.
Okay. And so that night, what did you and James sleep there?
We did.
What time did you go to bed? What happened? Just really quickly.
I want to say it was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock, when we finally went to bed. We both, I'm prescribed Xanax for anxiety, and we each took 4 because we knew we were going to be turning ourselves in the next day, and we hadn't slept in 4 days, and we just wanted to sleep.
Okay, so you each took 4.
We did.
Okay, and so the next thing, the next piece of evidence we saw was them coming into that art studio. Do you recall that?
I recall my husband screaming, and there was people with guns again in our face, officers.
What were you doing prior to hearing your husband screaming?
We were sleeping.
Okay. Were you aware there was anything going on?
No, I was not.
Okay. We saw the video, so we don't need to go through all of that. And the prosecution admitted, I'm going to put it up on the screen, People's Exhibit 150, and I just want to verify with you. I'm sorry, can you turn it on actually? Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's an alarm I set for the next morning.
For Saturday morning?
For Saturday morning, correct.
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:45? Is there 2 alarms or 1?
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were going to wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was going to be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were going to be arraigned.
Okay, now, there was evidence. Oh, whoops. There was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were your personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen. So I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have pretty much all my money in it, to grab those the next day, or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there on the weekend. So I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
In some of the messages the prosecution admitted, you say that you failed as a parent. Are you a failure as a parent?
I don't think I'm a failure as a parent, but at that time, I guess I felt bad that Ethan was sad at those things, and I guess I don't know, I just felt like I failed somewhere. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just that point in time, I just kind of felt like somewhere I failed.
Do you believe there was anything, do you believe that you knew or had reason to know your son was a danger to anyone else?
No. As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else. That's what blew my mind. That was the hardest thing I had to stomach, is that my child harmed and killed other people.
Do you believe there were things you were thinking at the time, I should do this, but I'm not doing it? Do you look back and think that?
No, I don't. I mean, of course I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
If you could change what happened, would you?
Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Over the last 26 months, has this been stressful for you?
It's been very stressful. Yes.
Have you had a range of emotions?
I've had a lot of emotions.
Do you believe you are the victim here?
I don't want to say that I'm a victim, because I do not want to disrespect those families that truly are the victims on this. But we did lose a lot.
Okay. You've lost everything.
We did.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. All right? The moment says we have a natural break. I need to instruct you during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, do not go on Facebook, do not do research, do not discuss the case with anyone, do not watch the news, do not read a newspaper. You guys have been really great, and we appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Stand up!
I will let the jury go right now so that I can ask if there's anything. You can sit.
Is it okay if she comes out?
Yes, you can step back. You can be seated.
God, they slam things around more than I've ever heard.
To do cross tomorrow morning. And then, do you know what you're going to do next?
I don't. Your Honor, my client and I have a number of witnesses on our list.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, I'm going to go to meet with her.
Okay.
Or I have arrangements to meet with her.
Okay.
I have opinions about what we should do. I know that our opinions have not matched, and so we need to have some discussions.
Okay.
I just don't know who I'm going to be calling based on that. But the prosecution has my list.
Okay.
It's the same as it's been. Nothing's changed.
Okay.
I actually have 2 names I can give them that I know I'm not going to call.
Okay.
Judge, shortly before trial, the people filed a notice of intent to admit something should the defense counsel assert a privilege, that privilege being attorney-client communication. Questions asked of the defendant, I believe, caused a revisiting of that ruling.
Okay, meaning what?
Meaning that there was a thumbnail photograph recovered off of the defendant's phone from a time period where the police were on scene at 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. The defendant has testified that she was waiting to hear for instructions from Ms. Smith. She can't testify to any communications between herself and her attorney without waiving the privilege. That privilege has been waived. We should be now entitled to explore what that text message was. The timing of it is very important, especially considering the timing of the 911 call in Detroit, as well as the timing of the fugitive team's arrival in Detroit and the timing of the arrest of the defendants.
Are you talking about the text that I already saw?
Yes, Judge.
The 2-word text?
Now, but the issue is, when it was seen, it was immediately closed because it was recognized as potential.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I'm asking you to be more specific without me being more specific.
Well, there were 3 texts, not 2 words.
Okay. No, is that what I saw already?
Yes.
Okay. So, I guess a few things come to mind. When I received that,
You're what the French call les incompetents.
it's unclear to me whose phone that was. That's just one thing among many other issues.
Right. We can't explore it if it's a potential attorney-client communication. So it was never investigated. That's why we brought it to the court's attention and counsel's attention immediately.
Your Honor,
and that's after consultation actually with the Michigan State Bar Ethics Hotline.
Well, one of the reasons I asked you that is because I know there were 4 phones from there, and 2 of the phones didn't have specific numbers. I don't know if that came from one of the phones that specifically belonged to one of the defendants.
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, when I was questioning my client, I was asking her what her plan was, what she was planning to do. She said what she was planning to do. I didn't expect she was going to say anything about me. I thought she was just going to say we were waiting for information, we were waiting to turn ourselves in, waiting for directions, and we had a backup plan. We'll go to court on Novi in the morning. I don't believe she's opened attorney-client privilege as to this topic. And to be honest, I don't even know what they would have.
This has been an issue since the beginning of the case.
It's not just the privilege, it's also to impeach what we believe to be false testimony. That's important in cross-examination.
Your Honor, the prosecution has tried to make me a witness, but I've made arrangements often with law enforcement and prosecution teams to turn my client in.
Okay,
I have never seen.
The police are not required to wait.
I'm not saying that, but
right.
what the police did is they tried to make me a witness. They made police reports with my text messages and tried to turn me into a witness when it's typical for.
I think they're giving them too much credit.
Well, for when it's I texted Karen McDonald and said I was representing the Crumbleys.
Okay, but
on Friday morning, she would not get back to me.
She doesn't have to get back
I know
to
she
you,
doesn't.
And the police do not have to ask you for permission to arrest your client.
I completely agree. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that I was waiting for Miss McDonald to work with me to turn her in because she texted me the night before we'd work it out.
Fugitive surrender. We actually had evidence of that.
Sergeant
Hendrick as well as Lieutenant Willett.
I thought we had professional courtesy going, that we were working together, and then she wouldn't call me back all day. And I said, okay, then we have to go turn you in. I want to turn her into a court. So we went to the Novi. We were going to the Novi court at 8:30 because they do weekend arraignments.
Okay, I've heard all of this before, but the thing is, you cannot testify to this.
I understand, but I'm saying that the prosecution is trying to make me a witness by having them put police reports together.
That's why we had the waiver.
This came up from the beginning of the case. There was concern about that.
I agree with you, and I thought the concern was over because they dropped it. And I
had to bring it up yesterday.
No, they didn't drop it. It's just been dealt with in waivers and motions and things like that. So, you know, if your client raises something, I guess I'd want you to specify
bananas,
whether it's in a filing exactly what you're saying or exactly what you want to admit, because I think that we're, you know, treading on difficult ground that we've been treading on since the case started.
We signed a waiver specifically for this. It was
Not for
March
this.
of 2022 that paragraph 13 of that waiver, the defendant will not be able to use, and actually the court on the record said, Ms. Smith, you understand that flight is issue, and an issue in this case, the court remembers, but it was early on in this case.
Your
That's why
Honor,
we had the waiver.
Okay,
the court-
you can't interrupt.
I'm sorry.
You can't interrupt each other. So I guess
Use
tell me
professional
what you're
courtesy, Shannon.
specifically requesting.
So
Because
we need,
the chronology, because she says she was asleep when the police are hitting the door or whatever it is.
yes, it goes into all of that. It goes into all of that. So there's again, this was a thumbnail of a text message that we immediately, the individual prosecutor's office who saw it, immediately closed it because he recognized a potential attorney-client material. Before he did, he noticed the timestamp on that. The timestamp is exactly, I think it's actually 2 minutes off of a timestamp from a text message between Ms. Smith and Sergeant Hendrick, where Ms. Smith indicated she cannot get a hold of her client. Now, I want to cross-examine Jennifer Crumbley specifically about that because she put that an issue in front of the jury.
Okay, specifically about whether or not she was in contact with her lawyer.
Can you just have a minute, please?
I guess one of the problems is you can't use your shield as a sword. That's a problem.
Your Honor, I'm suggesting that if my client opened the door to that in any way, that you instruct the jury they're not to consider it and strike that testimony. We did not intend to open that door. I don't even remember, and I don't even know what that text message is. I saw that. I obviously responded to their filings. I have no memory of that text or this timing. So,
okay, what does that have to do with anything?
well, I'm just saying that I would just say that this should just be instructed to be inadmissible and tell the jury to absolutely ignore any testimony about any communications with the attorney.
The waiver, the defendant signed the waiver. Defense counsel signed the waiver. It's, again, sword and shield, Judge. This is exactly what counsel is doing. And we can have someone from computer crimes extract any conversations, communications between the defendant and her attorney. The court can review it in camera.
I think that you're specifically trying to impeach her statement that I did not talk to my lawyer that night. I'm trying to remember the exact statement.
Well, the timing of when she was awake, when she sent the message, the fact that she indicated she was asleep.
Yeah, she's lying.
The method in which she indicated how she fell asleep and with the assistance of 4 Xanax. It's important to explore those particular details, Judge. The timing is crucial.
Okay, well, I might allow you to ask the question. You said you were asleep at 11 o'clock because you took
4 Xanax.
I might allow you to ask, isn't it true that you texted your attorney at 11:03 or whatever it is? I might let you ask that. But the thought that you want me to do an in-camera review of every communication between Mrs. Crumbley and an attorney that could potentially breach the attorney-client privilege,
I'd be satisfied with just that timing, that message, Judge.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to invite you. I feel like every night you're getting a homework assignment. Of course, I have my own homework assignments. But if you would like to send me a case, do a short memo, anything like that you'd like me to read at 4 o'clock in the morning when I should be sleeping, that's what I'll do.
The issue is that Jennifer Crumbley testified
These
that
chicks
she
are
did what
both
she did because her
crybabies.
lawyer told her to.
Sorry.
That's the crux of it. And there's evidence to the contrary. And I want that evidence to be admitted.
Okay, are you specifically, okay, those are two different things though. Are you specifically talking about the text that we dealt with last week? Or are you talking about other communication that was dealt with previously?
I think last week is the one we're referring to, Judge. That's
Okay. All right.
the motion that was filed.
Okay.
There's also text messages from Ms. Smith to an officer. There's no privilege there.
There's no privilege.
Correct. So that's naturally going to be part of cross-examination.
Okay.
But specifically right now, I want the court to review that, and we're asking permission to cross-examine on that, Judge.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to have someone from my staff go back and see what the specific statement was about that. That's for starters. And additionally, if you would like to give me any law on the issue, I don't know if there's any law beyond what we briefed last week, but
Well, that's why the waiver.
yeah, the waiver. Well, I might be inclined to ask her, to let you ask, isn't it true that, did you testify that you were sleeping at 11:03? Yes. Isn't it true that you...
She's going to be
texted
proved
me
to be a liar.
Allow me to do that. Anything else?
And if there's a text message to prove she wasn't sleeping, then she's a liar.
Exactly what was said. I think that's important.
It was in March of 2022 on the hearing we had. The waiver, it is. And the initial waiver...
I'm sure I have the waiver. Yeah, I have all those waivers. I'm familiar with the waiver.
Because you're a liar.
To review the record to see exactly what was probably said that, a quote from her. Okay? I'm trying to be careful. Anything else?
I don't think we did.
No, Your Honor, thank you. I will email the prosecution tonight who I plan to call.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
What's her face all about? Yeah, you screwed up, Jennifer.
You may be seated.
She is evil. We'll be back at 8:30 in the morning, guys. 8:30 a.m. Bye, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer.
All right, guys, let's roll our credits. I'll see you guys at 8:30 in the morning. I love you. Let's run our credits. We got lots of credits today. Thank you so much for your support. See you in the morning.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn.
Jennifer loves horses.
Got a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin?
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Yeah. You wanna be with me.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time. Sleeping all day, dreaming about paradise. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool.
Okay!
Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back.
Bye, Jennifer.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.